that your Secretary General will be a member of this one here. And the other top one, where the cabinet level, that's why we shall have your chairperson attending. That's very, very high level. But totally, the Secretary General, Mr. Joshua, who is very active, definitely will be representing you. And have representation from local government and from civil society organizations, private sector, etc. Now, Uganda's journey immediately, of course, now Uganda is well positioned to fulfill their mission, achieve the 2040, because we have a vision 2040 with 5 national development plans. The latest development plan, which is 3, which the chairperson talked about, is 90% aligned with SDGs. And I think Uganda is among one of the best countries with 90% alignment with SDGs. So meaning that when we are implementing the National Development Plan, the government manifesto, which is 100% aligned to the NDP3, we are implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the ministries, departments, and agencies, they implement the SDGs through their day-to-day work and should have all indicators for specific targets. This also includes the local governments who are at the forefront implementing SDGs at all levels. Now, we have the work of the non-state actors, because we are at 2 levels, state and non-state actors. Non-state actors are complementary to the government initiatives and should be aligned to the national development priorities. Especially the religious actors are instrumental for the delivery of SDGs through their outreach to people in the communities as change makers driving behavioral change and as watchdog holding duty bearers responsible. I have talked about the focal point minister, because I was just in the moment, she's the focal point minister for SDGs. She was to come here, but because now the Prime Minister is coming, presenting Egypt was this assembly, the meeting which they are attending now will be Honorable Kasuri. So she has asked me to come. But of course, the IRCU council members 5 years, which provides roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders, and it is aligned to National Development Plan. So this one was launched, and we have it, and we shall share it with the Secretary General of the IRCU, and it includes RCU. When you read through the report, you will find almost 25% of the data, fact information from what you have been doing.
Dr. Yamkisa, yes. You have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh, then there is community mobilization. We have translated the SDGs to different local languages, and we shall share with you that one there. Localization is, of course, creating awareness in the local governments. And then we have had a symposium with the scenic minorities. These are the people who thought they were left behind, so we met their leaders and agreed that they should also be included in the implementation of SDGs. Uganda voluntary national report, which was done last year, includes performance on SDGs, where we are doing well, where we are not doing very well, and where we need to put more effort. And then, of course, some of them are highlighted when you dig through the report. You see, on partnerships, the role of peaceful-based organizations, there was a meeting of ISRCU with the minister, the pictures are there, and most of the eminences and the persons are here who attended that meeting. Now, while religious leaders and SDG localization is very important, and we looked at the strengths and opportunities that, of course, peaceful-based organizations, you are everywhere, and I think you are the right organization that we should partner with if we want to reach down. Then,
can you conclude?
Yes, we signed, we agreed that we should have a memorandum of understanding with the IRCU, which is being worked on, and there are 4 areas which we agreed. So our secretariat, with your secretariat, they are almost concluding, we will discuss it, and afterwards it will be signed. So I commend you for the work done so far, and underscore the need to continue on this journey in partnership with the government and other stakeholders. We are certain that if you make the SDG the focus and inspiration for your activities, we will be able to reach out to the wider communities, not only become aware of the goals, but also play their role in implementing them. I therefore urge you to continue to scale up your work on the SDG for the benefit of all Ugandans. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yamkisa, for that presentation. And without any delay, I would like to invite the next presenter, Dr. Sam Mugasi from NAT, who is going to make the next presentation to us. And we shall adhere to 15 minutes. In the meantime, I would like to welcome Ms. Rosemary Chomduta from UNFPA, representing. Madam, welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon. Distinguished leaders of the different faith-based organizations, your eminences, your graces, your all distinguished persons present here, my friend the Secretary General of IRCU, good afternoon to all of you. I know after a heavy lunch, I will try my best to keep you alert. My name is Samuel Mugasi, as you've heard, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Agricultural Advisory Services. And my task this afternoon is to try to convince you that agriculture is the way to go.
by the end of the presentation we shall all agree that agriculture is the way to go to cause socio-economic transformation. I will start with this quotation by a prominent American. You excuse me, I'm not getting it from Uganda, but just to make it clear that agriculture at the global level is the way to go. And this is a quote from one of the American presidents who said that agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will in the end contribute most to real wealth, good morals, and happiness. And that was Thomas Jefferson in 1787. I'll now give you some global figures. As we speak now, the world population is about 7.9 billion people. And by 2050, the number will have grown to 9.2 billion. And what this tells us is that farmers around the world will have to increase production in agriculture by 60% to be able to meet the increasing food demand. So it's going to be a lot of work to increase food production to meet the growing demand of food by 2050. And Africa, with a population of 1.3 billion, faces an annual food import bill of almost 400 billion. And this is projected to rise to 100 billion by the year 2025. So you can imagine. And all this is happening when Africa is home to 60% of the world's arable land. So if you add together the total arable land of the world, America, Europe, Asia, and everything, 60% of the arable land where you can do agriculture, 60% of it is in Africa. Now, you can imagine the great potential we have as a people. Now, and then we have this COVID situation, which presents still better opportunities for agriculture. If you look at the red side, those are the losers in this COVID era. The green side, those are the potential winners in the COVID era. And if you see agriculture is one of the winners in this era of COVID, especially agriculture, and also towards the extreme right, you see food processing. So agriculture is among the sectors that are winners in this COVID pandemic era. And also, see, if you have to invest in anything, you need to look at the business aspects. And that's why I'm passionate about agriculture. Look at the most traded commodities globally. Most traded commodities. Now, the first two, you have crude oil, and then number two is gold. From there downwards, everything else is agriculture. You have coffee, you have grains, which include wheat, maize, oats, etc. Then you have animal and animal products. Then you have cocoa, cotton, and sugar. So on this list, you will not see mobile phones or vehicles or clothes. No. Here we are talking about agriculture being among the most traded commodities globally. If you come home to Uganda, what is our potential as a country? Now, Uganda is among the countries with a high percentage of arable land. You can see Uganda here. Our arable land is on average 34%. That is if you remove water bodies, forests, and mountains, where you can cultivate. Kenya only has 9.8%. Tanzania 14%. South Africa 9.9%. So you can see Uganda, 34%, and it can be even higher than that. It can even go higher than that, depending on how you are doing agriculture. But despite Uganda being a small country, we are among the top in terms of exports in agriculture. We are number 1 in coffee, number 5 in cocoa, we are number 5 in bananas, and we are number 6 in maize, and number 8 in milk. And now in milk, I'm told we're improving. Very soon we shall be number 1 in Africa. We shall be beating countries like Egypt, South Africa, and Southern and Botswana. So you can see we are doing well in terms of potential as Africa, as Uganda, brother. And no wonder Uganda is the basket of the region. How has the sector performed as agriculture in the last couple of years? About 2009-10 there, the sector was performing extremely poorly, with an annual growth of about 1%. It's very, very bad. But it has since increased, and as we talk now, we are closing into 4% growth per annum. So the sector now is growing close to 4% per annum, which is very, very good. The target for Africa is to achieve 6% growth in agriculture per annum. 6%. So now at Uganda, we are almost 4%, and we think we are doing extremely well compared with other countries. And government has supported farmers through NADS and other agencies, and we think this momentum we have seen in agriculture is because of government efforts through agencies like NADS, UCDF for coffee, and cotton, and many others. So some figures for you to appreciate this performance I'm talking about. If you look at maize, maize production has increased by 33% from 2.6 metric tons in 2016 to, actually this figure is not even accurate. We are now at 5 million metric tons by this year. We are now at 5 million metric tons of maize. And exports have increased by 6% from 260,000 metric tons to almost now 300,000 metric tons. And this has come, of course, with increased revenue for the country. So clearly exports are growing. If you look at cassava, and I'm happy to have seen here my very good friend Archbishop Odama. We are working on a fantastic cassava project in northern Uganda. And you see here, cassava production has increased by 131% from 3 million metric tons in 2015-16 to now close to 10 million metric tons by 2019-2020. The figures here a bit are not updated. Tea is another crop where we have seen growth, tremendous growth in the last few years, which has increased by 19% from 67,000 metric tons to now almost 80,000 metric tons of tea that we produce annually. And as we speak now, the other day we had investors who came from Middle East, and they are going to be setting up 7 new factories for tea because of the increased production. Fruits. Uganda has largely been relying on fruits, imported fruits from Kenya, from South Africa, but now increasingly Uganda we are becoming almost self-reliant on fruits because of efforts of our farmers being supported by government. The production has increased by 20% because now we are almost reaching 70,000 metric tons of our own fruits. And because of that, we are now setting up factories in different parts of the country. We are setting up a factory in Yumbe. We have a factory in Soroti. We are setting up an orange, pineapple factory in Kayunga. So factories are coming up because of the increased production of fruits. So what are the opportunities that we see, looking at the figures, looking at the information that we have? Depending on the size plant and you harvest forever. Some of these crops can outlive us and will remain generation after generation. So these are some of the cash crops that now we are promoting. Of course, macadamia is new and cashew nuts. So the annual crops, you have cassava, soybean, onions, tomatoes, ginger, etc. Livestock, then you have the poultry, the vehicles, and so on and so forth. Then fish farming is growing because we no longer rely on the captured fish, but now we are also doing fish farming where farmers can have ponds and be able to farm and grow fish because of the increasing demand for protein. Value addition is also where we think if you have interest, you can invest in value addition, because when you add value, the margins are much better. I would like to mention a bit here on our work with the Interreligious Council of Uganda. A year ago, so Mr. Stabule, if you remind me, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the RCU. His Eminence was there at the signing. Robert Mugabe was there, and I think plus other dignitaries. We signed an MOU with the RCU, and under this MOU, we have been able to do a few things. We were able to provide or to give 185 acres to different parts of the country, and I think they have reached, they have started producing, and farmers are beginning to get some milk. 104 breeding pools to improve your local breeds. 1,356 piglets have also been delivered. In addition, we provided some funds, about Uganda shillings 2 billion, to support various activities of the RCU, including trainings for mindset change, on-farm demonstrations, and also procurement of vehicles, which will help your work, among other things. There are other government programs. Thank you. There are other government programs that we think the IRCU should take interest in, like coffee. If you approach the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, you can get assistance, because coffee is one of the commodities we are promoting for household incomes. Then those of you interested in improving your breeds for milk, for beef, we can help link you with the National Animal Genetic Resources and Data Bank. This is a government agency that helps us to improve our breeds in all forms of livestock. So we shall be working with the RCU Secretariat to link you with some of these agencies to see how our farmers down there, through your religious institutions, can benefit from some of the government programs. We have something new called the parish model, which I would like to invite all of you to follow up in your district, in your respective local governments, because this is the new model that government is using, whereby government will be taking the services down to the people through the parish model. So I would like to invest you in this model, because we think it will increase presence of government on the ground, ensure that resources and services reach the people on the ground, and under this program, we anticipate that each sub-county, rather each parish, will be getting up to 100 billion to support various income generating activities. Therefore, the RCU should take interest in this initiative, popularize it through your institutions, through your network, so that our farmers, our followers, should not miss out on this important program that government is promoting.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. 1 minute on there we have the yoga, the youth learning programs, all these programs that we think you can benefit from and be able to change the livelihoods of our people. Because once our people have an income, then our churches, our mosques will prosper, and we shall see transformation. And then finally, limited time, but I hope I've been able to convince you that agriculture is the way to go. And again, I will end with a quotation, and I'm quoting people from outside Uganda, so that we can know that it's not only in Uganda where we are talking about agriculture. website is the way to go. If you want more information, you can approach us through the IRC Secretariat. We have an MOU. We can give more information that can help you go into farming as a business, as well as we can change the livelihoods of our people. Thank you so much, and may God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mgasi, for that presentation. And I think the members also have the contact for our secretariat so that you can benefit from what NAT has to offer. Next, I would like to invite the country representative of UNFPA to give us a presentation. Madam, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm representing the United Nations Population Fund. Earlier on, there was a mention of a big gathering program, so my country representative could not be here early afternoon. She will be here later, Madam Mary Otieno, and I'm glad to deliver the message that she had for you. We were requested to share on addressing the challenge of sexual reproductive health, maternal health, and HIV/AIDS during COVID-19, and rather looking at challenges and opportunities. My religious leaders, we've had a relationship for long, so we really hold you in high esteem as UNFPA, and we welcome you to this event. We are truly grateful and honored that you invited UNFPA at this landmark ceremony when you celebrate 20 years of great service to Ugandans. And UNFPA is proudly associated with the religious fraternity, congregating under the common vision of promoting peace, prosperity, well-being, and freedom for the common good. And all these are critical principles of sustainable development. I take note that IRCU was formed to address key emergencies of HIV and civil unrest, but has since evolved into a key national partner in responding to many other situations, including the COVID-19 epidemic. We are all aware that prior to the COVID-19 epidemic, Uganda was progressing steadily on various sexual reproductive health, maternal health, HIV, and gender-based violence access and outcome indicators, as we see from different surveys. And this success was hinged on improved social and health systems, which we believe are contributed to by IRCU partners. Yet, while significantly effective, we know that COVID-19 lockdowns greatly constrained delivery of and access to health and social services, and thereby increasing vulnerability, especially for women, girls, adolescents, and children, and this was largely due to loss of livelihoods, increased violence in homes. I'm glad you discussed some of this yesterday. Increased maternal and mental health illnesses, as well as increased chances of people acquiring HIV, sexually transmitted infections, and for many young girls and boys to drop out of school. You will agree that where you have sexual violence in homes, then chances are also high that some people may acquire HIV. But let me take this opportunity to appreciate the government of Uganda and the different for the relentless and fruitful efforts to contain the COVID-19 epidemic. The leadership commitment and the technical execution at all the levels that has kept many free of infection is highly commendable. The lockdown impacts, however, demand urgent attention to enable many, especially adolescents, youth and women, to recover fully from this epidemic and to recover with resilience to fulfill their potential in life and assure Uganda's prospects at reaching the demographic dividend and also achieving the Vision 2040 goals. We are aware that COVID-19 diverted attention and resources from other key socio-economic and health issues, while lockdown situations also worsened inequalities. For many of us, now we believe that the two epidemics are actually epidemics of inequalities, and they then also expose weaknesses in social service systems, resulting in disproportionate impacts. Especially, teenage pregnancy has featured as a major lockdown outcome, likely to affect the rural, the less educated girl with livelihood challenges, and this is viciously entrenching the poverty cycle. Teenage pregnancy is at the nexus of poor outcome indicators for sexual reproductive health, for maternal health, for HIV and gender-based violence, and to a great extent, the observed increase in teenage pregnancy during COVID signals failure in systems at national, at community, and household levels to protect the girl child. A failure in law enforcement, we all know we have defilement laws, a failure in policy implementation, a failure in community social safety nets, a failure of parenting skills, and more importantly, a failure of mechanisms for mutual accountability to prevent child motherhood and child marriages. I know when I was growing up, I was a daughter of everyone and everyone was doing surveillance. But these days, it looks like instead of us doing the surveillance project, we are doing the surveillance to perpetuate violence. All, however, is not lost, and the COVID-19, with all its challenges, also presents opportunities for doing business differently and better, opportunities to innovate and meet needs of all, especially those likely to be left behind, as the previous speaker has told us. And we have the resources, we have the tools, we have the partnerships to enhance recovery, to build for resilience, because now we know what is likely to happen, and to build for universal health coverage. I take this opportunity to appreciate IRCU leadership for your vision and quick action to generate and endorse the COVID-19 pastoral letter added into the epidemic in 2020, which has been a springboard for integrated COVID-19 sexual reproductive health, HIV and EBV actions by all the denominations that congregate under IRCU. And we are fully aware that religion shapes norms, values, beliefs and practices that are of importance to the country's response to the twin epidemic of HIV and COVID, as well as other sexual reproductive health challenges. And this COVID, the COVID pastoral letter assisted youth optimally exploit the values that you stand for, and UNFPA was glad to be a partner as you implemented that. It is, however, time to shift gears to exploit the full potential of the extensive health, education, media, and other socio-economic infrastructure of the religious institutions to further prevent HIV and COVID-19 and mitigate impacts empower individuals to exercise their rights and participate in national government. We know that opportunities exist, and building on the momentum that you have developed with the endorsed pastoral letters on SRH, maternal health, GBV, HIV, we appeal to you once again to do the following. One, build the capacity of religious leadership at all levels.
We have 5 minutes.
Yes. To respond to challenges created by these epidemics at congregation, household, and individual levels. Number 2, to create awareness about the epidemics and the SRH issues, to build positive mindsets, and contribute to the Back to School campaign. We suspect some young people may fail to get back, and sensitize community members about laws and policies that protect children, adolescents, and youth, and hold each other accountable. To exploit the leadership platforms for community and house-to-house support mechanisms to sensitize and educate Ugandans to prevent and address the impacts of the epidemics. And also to utilize the education platforms to innovate solutions, to continue education programs even when we can't go to school, and to keep the girl child in school, to develop the life skills of adolescents, and to develop the commonly agreed sexuality education curriculum. We request you to exploit the faith-based health infrastructure to expand access to sexual reproductive health, HIV, and GBV services, and also to exploit partnership opportunities with government and civil society partners to reach more people with comprehensive integrated health and socio-economic empowerment service packages, as you've heard that socio-economic empowerment for women should not be negotiable. Our dear religious leaders, on Friday, 3rd December, high-level political leaders led by our First Lady will be launching a national campaign against defilement, child marriage, and teenage pregnancy, and a campaign to promote positive parenting. And religious leaders are invited to be part of this campaign, exploiting their comparative advantage. And I call upon you, we are partners in this, to commit to action to end these vices, and if possible, if we can commit today, so that your commitment is part of the event on Friday. UNFPA has enjoyed partnership with IRCU since 2016 as a strategic partner, and we still nurture this partnership and invite you to be part of the partners that are delivering the 9-country program 2021-2025, whose vision is focused on ensuring universal access to women and young people in Uganda to quality, integrated sexual and reproductive health and rights information and services, and we target to attain 4 transformative results: 0 unmet need for family planning, 0 preventable maternal death, 0 gender-based violence, and 0 new HIV infections among young people. I will end by saying happy birthday to IRCU and blessings for more fruitful years of service to Ugandans. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And dear members, thank you for your attention. I would like to take a moment. There were some questions that were raised with respect to formation, education, and we have been privileged to have with us an official from the Ministry of Education, Mr. Ismail Mulindwa, to come and respond to some of those questions. And if we have a little bit of time, maybe some clarification may be sought. So may I invite I use 10 minutes because we're running short of time.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to observe the protocol as laid out. For fear of making any mistake, I've just come in a few minutes back. So I don't know the seated where. Chair, I beg, I observe the protocol. Thank you, Chair. And Chair, like you put it, some questions were raised. Incidentally, I'm not privy to, I wasn't around. Maybe if they can be recorded, I'll be able to respond to them. Chair, on behalf of the First Lady, the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, and my permanent secretary, we had prepared a substantive presentation in the few minutes that were called upon. But in this short time, Chair, that may not be feasible. Chair, first of all, I want to give a background to the presentation I'm going to make brief as it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk to about sexual education. That's the topic I was present to make some highlights on. Here, some 4 years back, we had challenges in our schools where unacceptable materials were found, and the religious leaders went to concern and other stakeholders. Immediately, we moved in because many of these materials had accessed our schools without our knowledge, and we trimmed the materials. But following that, Chair and the Lord Bishops, Parliament prevailed and instructed the Ministry of Education to come up with some kind of guidelines, a framework to guide on sexual education in education institutions. So we moved first to respond to Parliament's resolution, and in doing so we did carry out a number of consultations with the different stakeholders, including religious leaders. However, the consultations were done at top level, and many other religious leaders in different we are not consulted. We thought had consulted the top leadership, and we have done it. Chair, the framework was developed and launched, but after the launch, concerns started coming, and they had to be addressed. We advised Chair that we go for another round of consultations, which we did. And when we did that second round, members seemed to appreciate what the ministry was doing. Because before then, many stakeholders are not open to the framework to really understand what was inside that framework. So when we went for the second round, still concerns came up, and these are the concerns I'm going to address. The other presentation was simply giving general information about this framework we are talking about, the sexual education framework. And it is a sexual education framework, not comprehensive education framework. We have copies here, Chair, for your permission. We are going to distribute to the members so they are able to know in detail what is contained within this framework. The issue is raised when we did that second round of consultations was that the religious groups had concerns about the age category that has been included in the framework, the 3 to 5. It became contentious, and our response in this, we say, the messages will be delivered in an age-appropriate manner as seen in Table 6. Table 6 comes to the framework where we highlighted this category. also said the specific messages for each age group will be agreed upon by panels involving representatives of religious leaders. Because we had agreed then that we form a committee including all the stakeholders and the religious leaders at that.
Mr. Marino, we have 5 minutes.
So we said we shall involve the religious leaders by forming a panel which will be able to come up with the messages we want to pass on to our young people in that age category. Another concern here was that it was an appreciation that SCDC is mandated and should be able to develop a curriculum. However, key stakeholders, particularly religious leaders, should have the opportunity to really put the material development and debating levels when the NCDC or National Curriculum Development Center is coming up with a curriculum, because this is should be an integrated curriculum in our main curriculum. Another concern here was that religious leaders should be included with a panel of experts who will be responsible for updating NGOs and other service providers, because we have highlighted this one as key stakeholders, but religious leaders have a concern, but some of the NGOs have put their own agenda. So to make sure they don't go into our education institutions to champion their agenda, we form an updating committee, including the religious organizations. Chair, another concern was about that all the material that have to be developed for sexual education must be shared with the UGCC and other religious groups for clearance and ownership. Another issue that was raised, the religious leaders should monitor the delivery of sexual education in their respective institutions for purposes of ensuring adherence to the standards. And many religious leaders we are committed to this. Another issue that the framework should focus on the Ugandan principles and national core values. You can make the other consultative representation. I would have indicated to members that this framework is value-based, not race-based. That's very fundamental and very key. It's based on the core values, the religious, culture, and the national values. Another concern here that the government of this framework should be within the context of Uganda and managed by Ugandans, not development partners who may have their hidden agenda. I've already alluded to this. Another concern here was that
We have 2 minutes.
lay the various key principles stakeholders in the work of sexual education. Because these are supposed to form the foundation of our young kids, so they should take responsibility. And the issue of parenting here is very central. It was observed that some teachers prefer young people and also predispose them to risky sexual behaviors. This is justified concern, and we say, or the ministry thinks, please continue to deliver this sexual education, which, by the way, sexual education is found in many other subjects like biology, and the same teachers continue to deliver. But we say, in doing so, they should be guided, and that's why we are coming up with this framework. Some content and language in the framework is not age appropriate. That was a concern. The definition of sexual education is too huge to be understood by the young people. So the title raised serious concerns of sexual education. And the ministry agreed to this and said, okay, the framework is not cast in stone. That can be revisited. Another concern was that human beings' relationship should be either different or deleted from the framework. This is because the information is not suitable to that particular age group. These are some of the concerns here that we are raised. There are many other concerns, but because of time, I will not be able to point them out, but those were the concerns, and on which we seek concurrence and guidance from this Honorable August House Chair. With those few remarks, I think to submit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair,
One question?
this is a very important topic, and I would like him to
Can you pass
give
over
us a
the
little
mic?
more idea.
Please, Mr. Chipauta. Take it to him. Bring it
I'm
here.
here. Chair, I beg to request you to give him 5 more minutes, because this topic has been a very basic topic for us. It's a challenge. So if you gave him only 5 more minutes, it will be good. There's also another issue that was raised, the question of land and schools. With the Minister of Education, it would be very good if you would give us a few minutes more. Chair, if anybody supports me.
Mr. Murido, can you take this up very quickly?
Yeah, I don't know that what Mr. Outer is aware. For the issue of land and what?
School.
And school. Thank you, Chair. Let me start by Uganda. Chair, I happen to be coordinate the team that is tasked to look into the issue of land ownership in education. At one point in time before, that as we talk now, the report is being finalized on the land ownership, land ownership in northern Uganda. We have serious issues between indigenous groups in the north, and continued by the Modern Academy. Some 3 weeks back, visited that area, and I read the latest communication. So we went to the ground, we investigated, and we have provided a report, which will be shared with officials in that region. The report has turned out to be a very, very tricky kind of situation. That meeting was chaired by Archbishop Kudama and other bishops who were there. So we take note of that. It's a very serious issue, but we are trying to resolve that issue. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chipauta, is there anything to add to that point?
Yes, yes, sorry. They are still studying. So it is still open. And I shall be content with your promise that you are going to consult the religious leaders in due course. I thank you, sir.
Chair, we have already consulted, and I said we are compiling the report, which we are going to share with our partner Nakarema, who was tasked by His Excellency the President, and then we shall go back to the north to meet the religious leaders again and share what came out of our investigations. I wonder whether Reverend Kaposi is in the house. We traveled with him, who was in that team, but the report is being prepared. So the presentations, the investigations have been done.
It is okay. I attended a meeting yesterday, and I'll just be content with your promise. We will wait.
Thank you.
Thank you, too. Thank you, Mr. Mlima, for your presentation.
Chair.
And dear members, another comment?
Chair. Thank you for allowing me to have just one word or two. The issue presented now regarding the North is over foundation bodies. There is I would call it rivalry, let me put it in blunt terms, over land of schools. Some Church of Uganda claims they are the founders. Then some, the Catholics claim that they are the founders. And some of the pieces of land are within the territory of the Chair. I'm being interrupted.
You grace, go ahead.
Yes, so now we were called together to say, why are we not settling these issues? So the Directorate for the, what we will calling corruption, the President's office was charged to go and convene this meeting and find out where is the issue, who are the problem causers. Is it within the community? Is it within the territory of the religious bodies? Or is it in the ministry? Because some of the land titles and also the titles of the schools were mismanaged. They were not properly handled. Some documents were changed, and this brought all confusion. So, Colonel was charged to see and find the truth and see what to report to us for. Some of the cases are even in the court right now as I talk. So there is more to it than just what the officer there is saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Grace. I think that clarifies that there is some sort of a difference between this document and what is happening up in the north. What is happening up there is a question of ownership of the property, which needs to be ironed out. So the document that you talked about needs to be shared with the religious leaders and make further comment on that.
Chair, the report will be handled.
Thank you.
My next prayer, Chair, I request, Chair, that members of bishops and other stakeholders look at these issues and guide us on the way forward as far as spiritual education is concerned, especially now that we are in a tricky kind of situation. You hear what is happening on the ground. We thought you had maybe guided somehow without go having saved one or two of our
Thank you. I think members grasped that, and in due time they'll be able to respond when that document comes out. Dear members, we are waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister, and when she does arrive, I'll invite you to stand, and then the national anthem will be played, and then we proceed with the closing ceremony.
missing you. There's a gap there. Sure. Yes.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, and our guest of honor this afternoon, I think it is evening now. My name is Joshua Chitakule. I'm your Muslim from Busoga. But I'm told that all the Basoga come from Bunyoro. And many times when I come to Bunyoro, there is a gentleman called Chitakule who claims me to be his son. And I don't deny because I'm told that's where we came from. So we are happy to see you this afternoon, Right Honorable Prime Minister. And I want to bring apologies of the chairperson of Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugabe, the chairperson of the IRCU Council of Presidents. He's been invited by the first lady at short notice. He wasn't able to be here to welcome you. But in his absence, he has requested the Mufti of Uganda, His Eminence Shaban Mubaje, to sit in that chair as the acting chairperson. And for your information, is very familiar with that chair. He's the immediate past chair of the Council of Presidents. So I'm sure that he's very comfortable in that role as the acting chair. And I'll be inviting him to introduce the rest of his colleagues. But before I do so, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we have been here for the last 2 days as part of our 4th Consultative Assembly. The Assembly comes every 2 years to talk about issues that affect us as faith, but also issues that affect the country. And we are privileged, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to have wonderful presenters, wonderful resource persons coming from both the faith community, from government, and this afternoon we are very much privileged to come have Dr. Sam Mugazi from the NADS, who was here to present on the role of religious leaders on improving household income. Dr. Albert Yamugisha comes from your office. He was here to represent your minister, Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba. And we have development partners from the UNFPA. They were here also to present. And as you're entering in, guest of honor, the Director for Education, Mr. I don't know the name, it's Dr. Ismail Mulindwa, was talking about restorative education, which was one of the issues that we discussed yesterday. We are happy to see you, and I want to request you that you'll be a little bit patient with us because we have about 3 functions to perform. The first function that we had invited His Excellency to perform was to launch the FBO HIV/AIDS action plan. And so we'll be asking you at an appropriate time, Right Honorable Prime Minister, launch that FBO action plan. I am told that the function at Kororo ended a little bit late, and the team from the Uganda's Commission is not yet here, but they will be coming very soon. The second function is that we are celebrating 20 years. It has been a long journey, and we've been supported by many people, development partners, civil society, government, and the council decided that they were going to present appreciation awards to those that have worked with us all the way from 2001 to date in 2021. So that's another thing that we'd like to ask you to witness, the awarding of the presentation of awards to our partners. And we'll be requesting you, because we have a very
the names of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who has been very supportive, will be asking you to receive that award on his behalf. The third event that we'd like you to witness is that after 20 years, we'd like to eat together in form of dinner. I'd like to ask you kindly that you stay over for dinner. You are not allowed to Thank you very much for accepting to be with us for dinner. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I've also seen your daughter, who is our partner, one of our biggest partners, the Director and Executive Director of HCCA, Mrs. Dorothy Saka. You're welcome, Mrs. Dorothy Saka. And we thank you very much for the work that you're doing in HCCA. I now want to ask Pastor Joseph Sewada to summarize some of the key issues, the emerging issues that came out of this meeting, the 2-day meeting, for the guest of honor. Thereafter, I request the chairman of the council, His Eminence Sheikh Ramadan Duwate, to welcome, introduce the council presidents and also the delegations here present. Thank you very much. I beg your pardon. My colleague is reminding me that I think I should be the one to introduce the delegates. And then the chair will introduce the council presidents. Right Honorable Prime Minister, before you, our senior religious leaders drawn from the entire country, from Uganda, representing the different faiths. And I'd like to, when I mention your faith, then you stand up for recognition. I'd like to start with Catholic Church. Delegates from the Catholic Church, would you like to stand up for recognition? Thank you very much. They are led by Bishop Anthony Zua, who is the chairperson of the Episcopal Conference. The Anglican Church, which is the Church of Uganda, would you like to stand up? Welcome, thank you. Let me go to the Uganda Muslim Council. The audience is the regional class and the class. Welcome. And now go to the Seventh-day Adventist Uganda Union. Guest of honor, in a special way, let me introduce Pastor Dr. John Kakembo. Pastor, you want to stand up again? He is a former president of the Seventh-day Adventist Uganda Union, so he used to sit here. But now he sits there because he's in retirement, but he's still a member of our board. Thank you very much. Mr. George Odinga represents the Baha'i. Welcome. Let me continue with the introductions. And I would like to invite members of the born-again faith in Uganda. Please stand up. They are led by also Dr. Joseph Sewada. introduce members of the Association of Pentecostals and Evangelicals led by Bishop Joshua. Thank you. We have the executive board led by Monsignor Charles. Pardon me, the God Orthodox Church, Bishop Chisito. Where's Bishop Chisito? Led by Bishop Chisito. Thank you, please pardon me. Then we have the executive board of the Evangelist Council of Uganda led by Monsignor Charles Svante. Led by Mrs. Florence. Okay? And then we have the Youth Interfaith Network led by Haj Magezi. Guest of honor, we also have the staff of the IRC Secretariat that support the council in their work. May I ask my colleagues from the Secretariat to stand up? Thank you very much. I will now introduce a few important people, a few special guests that we invited as part of this meeting. I'll start with the Reverend Nick Charles from Nairobi, from the Student Churches of Africa. I have my colleague who is the Secretary General for UJC, the Ugandan Christian Council, Consultative. I'm now told that the Director General of the Ugandan Commission is here. Most welcome. And the Chairman Board here. Chairman Board, you need to sit near the Director General. Welcome. You're all welcome. So I'll now invite Pastor Dr. Joseph Serrata to summarize some of the issues arising out of this meeting. Pastor Dr. Welcome.
Guest of honor, Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, Chairman of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, colleagues, members of the Council Presidents of IRCU, Chairman Board of the Interreligious Council, all our specially invited guests, all protocol observed. Honorable Prime Minister, as you heard, my name is Dr. Joseph Serrata. I am the presiding apostle of the Born Again Faith in this country. We have had 3 days of discussion. We started out on the 30th of November, and we will continue on even after we left, so that we can finish this business before the close of the week and indeed of the year. Now here I have
framework of the resolutions of the Fourth Consultative Assembly as we have reached them. This is a preamble. We, the members of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, IRCU, gathered here at Hotel Africana, Kampala, from 30th November up to today, 1st December, for the 20th anniversary of our organization, the IRCU, being grateful for 20 years of marked religious action and collaboration, and determined to focus on interreligious dialogue, holistic development of all persons, building peace, and speaking for those most in need. Ordained by God to provide care, compassion, and love, we represent the multitudes of Ugandans whom we serve individually in our faiths, and whom gladly we serve as though through the Interreligious Council of Uganda, as if they were one. Reflecting on our 6 pillars of the vision framework for the Uganda we want, which we launched at Uganda's 50th anniversary, that entails the following. 1, a caring nation. 2, a harmonious nation. 3, a stable nation. 4, a healthy nation. And 5, a prosperous nation. Building on the successes that we have registered in the last 20 years, and acknowledging the challenges that lie ahead of us, especially due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have resolved as follows. 1, the central role of the family institution. The religious leaders consider the important role played by the family as a key institution in the fight against moral decadence and social vices, that is to say, corruption. It was acknowledged that religious institutions, and not government nor schools, should shoulder the responsibility of the teaching and imparting moral values in society. They supported the use of family, religion, and culture as the pillars to rebuild morality and social values. 2, building consensus on the issue of terrorism. It was acknowledged that over the years, many Ugandans have lost their lives due to terrorism. In this regard, religious leaders committed to adopt one voice in order to address the issue of terrorism. In particular, religious leaders should pay attention to youth unemployment, extend education opportunities, and consider administering psychosocial support to the young people in partnership with government and other stakeholders. 3, reopening of education institutions after the COVID-19 lockdown. The impact of COVID-19 has been severe in the social and economic sectors of the country. Statistics indicate many schoolgirls got pregnant at home following the closure of the educational institutions. Nevertheless, religious leaders committed to ensure that the readmission of pregnant girls in the school system does not lead to further immorality. Besides, it was observed that the born child requires as much attention at the reopening of schools
contain the likely challenges following the reopening of our schools. There is need to consider the lives of both boys and girls whose lives were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. 4. Building institutional resilience. The COVID-19 pandemic has exerted a huge toll on all the different social and economic sectors of the economy in our country, namely health, education, business, transport, tourism, religion, among others. To overcome emerging challenges, religious institutions committed to enhance resilience by adopting the following stages: preparedness, mitigation, response, and then recovery. We encourage government to work together with citizens to develop a comprehensive response to the COVID-19 challenge. 5. The role of religious leaders in nation building. It was noted that religious leaders play an important role in society. Nevertheless, for religious leaders to be more relevant and transformative, they should reposition themselves and be able to play a multiplicity of roles beyond the pulpit, that is preaching. They should guide, explain, teach, and pastor the entire community beyond their immediate religious communities and issues. Number 6, advocacy and influencing public policies and laws. It was noted that the Interreligious Council of Uganda has made a contribution to the formulation and amendment of policies and legislation in the country. However, it is on record that courts of laws have been used by some sections of society to reverse pro-people legislations such as the Anti-Homosexuality Act and the Sex Education Policy. Religious leaders should, therefore, enhance their advocacy role and particularly take a firm stand against laws and policies that run counter to the religious and cultural values of the Ugandan society. 7. Implementation of adopted resolutions and commitments. It was observed that in many different forums, religious leaders generate a number of resolutions and commitments which remain on paper unimplemented. There is need to implement resolutions passed in the different forums and conferences. Mechanisms should be put in place to monitor the implementation of the agreed resolutions and commitments at different levels. 8. Strengthening the foundation for unity and diversity. Aware of Uganda's past history, characterized by political and social conflicts, religious leaders are committed to building a firm foundation to harness the nation's diversity. It was noted that today, religious leaders play a central role in organizing and conducting national prayers at state functions. However, the absence of opposition politicians at these functions is visibly remarkable. It is therefore important for religious leaders to commit to the promotion of the value and principle of unity in diversity where national events are concerned. Number 9, promoting holistic education. It was acknowledged that unemployment and poor work ethics continue to be a huge challenge in our country. There are thousands of young people graduating every year, but continually to roam the streets unemployed. On the other hand, even the people who are employed in public service lack good work ethics. This compromises service delivery, breeds and promotes, among others, the social evil of corruption. It was noted that this state of affairs was a function of a lopsided education system. Therefore, religious leaders committed to advocate for holistic education, that is, training of the head, the heart, the hands, and inculcating in the learner's value, a value of concern for the community. 10. Engagement into anti-corruption campaign. Religious leaders have committed to be at the forefront to support and advocate for the elimination of corruption in Uganda. They supported the adoption of a lifestyle audits as a mechanism to unmask corruption and expose the corrupt in our society. To this end, all individual religious institutions should embed anti-corruption messages in their sermons and khutbahs from this coming Friday, 3rd December for the Muslims, on Saturday, 4th December for the Seventh Adventist churches, and Sunday, 5th December for the rest of the Christian churches and faith members of this organization. Religious leaders also must model corrupt-free lifestyles individually and institutionally. 11. Volatility of the issue of land in the country. It was noted that the issue of land is getting hot and more volatile in the country. There is a feeling that land issues are more serious in the Uganda region owing to the challenges allegedly associated with the minor land. All in all, it was established that other areas experience land-related issues, except that there is lower coverage of those ensuing conflicts. The religious leaders noted that land was, and still is, one of the issues that feature in the proposed Uganda National Dialogue process. Number 12, developing partnerships. Religious leaders acknowledge the fruitful partnerships with NADS, which is a reflection that the signed MOU is actually working very well. They committed to use this partnership to address issues of sustainability and increase livelihoods and support the parish development model. Religious leaders are grateful to the UNFPA for the partnership that has contributed to maternal health and the welfare of the young. It was resolved to strengthen existing partnerships, including the DCA, UNDP, Trocare, MOGLSD, and other government agencies. Lastly, number 13, religious leaders commit to continue to mobilize their constituencies towards the realization of the SDGs. They also recognize the need to work strategically with the SDGs Coordination Unit in the office of the Prime Minister. And this is going to be signed by all of us today on the 1st day of December 2021. Madam, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I beg to present, and I thank you.
Another
hand clap for Apostle Dr. Silva. Thank you very much, Apostle Dr. Aswada, for helping us to go through the commitments arising out of this meeting that was held since 29 November up to today, which is the 1st of December, as the 4th IRC Consultative Assembly. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to continue to introduce to you a few other guests that are here with us. Let me introduce Dr. Mary Otieno, who is the UNFPA representative. You're welcome. There is a representative from the USID. We are in partnership with World Vision, and World Vision sent us a representative. World Vision, please. Well, let me also introduce OHT Kaira, representing the Hindu community. The Elders Forum of Uganda, represented by Canon James Aurora, retired principal judge. Is he here? We also have the territorial commander of the Salvation Army, Colonel Samuel Opao. Thank you very much. And guest of honor, before I invite the chairperson of the council presidents, let me invite our Matali group. They have been here, and the people asked for them to return. And I'll ask them to spend only 2 minutes. We don't have much time. Only 2 minutes. Sallallahu ala Muhammad. Sallallahu ala Muhammad. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Imurebe kwabe, abage kwa kusoma, murebe kwa kusoma, kwa dana na kuiga. Uya murebe kwabe, abage kwa kusoma, murebe kwa kusoma, kwa dana na kuiga. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Prime Minister and guest of honor, I would like to introduce another partner, a long-time partner, the representative of the Dan Church Aid. That's right. Well, let me now invite the chair of the council to make his remarks. And after the chair, then I will request that you allow me to invite the Director General for Uganda AIDS Commission, who will make a few remarks, and then the chair will help us to invite the guest of honor to launch the action plan. And after the action plan, the chair will again request the guest of honor to make a few remarks and close the IRCU 4th Consultative Assembly 2021. That's how we're going to move. Let me now take the honor of inviting Your Eminence, the acting chair of the IRCU Council Presidents, to come and make your welcome remarks and also introduce the Council Presidents. You're welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين ثم الصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وبعد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وقل اعملوا فسيرى الله عملكم ورسوله والمؤمنون وستردون إلى عالم الغيب والشهادة فينبئكم بما كنتم تعملون. صدق الله العظيم. Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, Madam Nanet Banja, colleagues, members of the Council of Presidents, let me take the opportunity of welcoming them and also introducing them. On my immediate right is the presiding apostle of the born again faith community in Uganda, Apostle Dr. Joseph Serada. And next to him is Bishop Anthony Ziwa, the chairperson of the Episcopal Conference of the Catholic Church. Then we have Dr. Bishop Joshua Rere, the The Almighty God tells us that, and say unto thee, act. Allah will behold you and the action, and so will the messenger and the believers will acknowledge your action. Before I read the official communication of the chair, who is not with us today, the most reverend Archbishop Kazimba Mugaru, Dr. Kazimba Mugaru, let me just have a few remarks. After acknowledging all the protocols, because of time, in Islam, we are told that the Holy Prophet was sent as a blessing to all mankind. And he told us, the Almighty God in the Holy Quran, about the duty of dialogue with other believers and the cooperation. He tells us, chapter 5, verse 82. I read it in Arabic. لتجدن أشد الناس عداوة للذين آمنوا اليهود والذين أشركوا ولتجدن أقربهم مودة للذين آمنوا الذين قالوا إنا نصارى ذلك بأن منهم قسيسين ورهبانا وأنهم لا يستكبرون. You will find the most vehement of mankind in hostility to the believers that they are the Jews and they are idolaters. And we will find the nearest of them in affection to the believers, those who say we are Christians. And he goes ahead to say, this is because these people are not proud. That is the whole proud. You are not proud. You Christians are not proud. That's why God says you are closer to the Muslims than any other community. So that's why in the year 2001, we thought of putting in place the Religious Council of Uganda. I'm one of those founding members of the Religious Council of Uganda, and we are two surviving founders of the Religious Council of Uganda, myself and the retired Cardinal Emmanuel Omala, who is not with us because of issues. At the same time, I act as the co-president. In the year 2003, we founded the African Council of Religious Leaders in Abuja. It was launched by the then president of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. Since then, the African Council of Religious Leaders has been headed by two of us as co-chairs, myself and Dr. Cardinal John Onayekan, the Archbishop of Abuja. We are about to retire. Yesterday we had a meeting of the General Assembly in Nairobi, and I had to go to Nairobi to officiate its opening, and I had to come back to be here because when you are celebrating 20 years, I felt I should come and join you. Even if I'm here to go back to Nairobi, it's not the assembly tonight. Because it is there, they're waiting for me. So, the Religious Council has done a lot in telling my brothers, the Muslim believers, and even our counterparts, the Christians, there is nothing like Islamic terrorism. Islam is the religion of peace, and whoever carries out terrorist activities is not a Muslim. So we call upon the government and those security personnel, whoever is caught in the acts of terrorism, let him carry his own responsibility, but not as a police. Many verses to that effect, but because of time, let me go direct to the speech prepared by chairperson. And here it goes. Our guest of honor, Right Honorable Nabanja, Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Minister for Presidency, my fellow Council Presidents, the Chairperson Uganda AIDS Commission, delegates of the IRCU Consultative Assembly present here, government representatives, and honorable members of Parliament present here. Director General Uganda AIDS Commission, our development partners, members of the Religious Council of Uganda Executive Board, the Secretary General, and the staff of the Religious Council of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest of honor, on behalf of the Religious Council of Uganda, Council Presidents, and all the delegates here present online, and I would like to welcome you to the closing ceremony of the 4th Consultative Assembly of the Religious Council of Uganda. Thank you, Right Honorable, for honoring our invitation. If people are tired, they cannot clap, but allow me to congratulate you for having been appointed the 13th Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. The position that you have taken in your stride and started well. Congratulations. We believe and pray that God will guide you as a leader of government business, as well as we all work together to make our country better for ourselves and the generations to come. The Holy Scripture says in Romans chapter 13, verse 1, for there is no authority except from God, granted by his permission and the sanction, and the those which exist have been put in place by God. In the Holy Quran, the Almighty God, this is my addition. That kulida umamarika al-mulki, tuti al-mulka man tasha, wa tanzi al-mulka man tasha. That says that Allah, you are the owner of authority and the kingdom. You provide it to whom you will, and you retrieve it from whom you will. You have all powers. That is the Holy Quran. Our guest of honor, the Consultative Assembly, is a constitutional requirement that brings together all senior religious leaders that are under the ambit of the Interreligious Council of Uganda. They include the following: bishops of the province of the Church of Uganda, archbishops, and the bishops of Uganda's Conference of the Roman Catholic Church, regional and district cadres from Uganda Muslim School Council, the regional overseers of the Association of the Pentecostal and Evangelicals, the conference and the field presidents from the Seventh-day Adventist Uganda Union of the SEAUU, bishops and the deans of the Uganda Orthodox Church, the guild of the born-again faith community. They have been introduced to you by our Secretary General, all of those who are present and representing their faith communities. Our Our guest of honor, the Consultative Assembly is also attended by members of the IRCU Executive Board. They have been introduced to you. The Elders Forum, I think those were not introduced by them. Huh? They were introduced. The Interfaith Women of Uganda, the Youth Interfaith Network, and other religious organizations that are not yet members of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, such as the Baha'i community, the Hindu, and the Salvation Army. We thank our brothers who had the vision to start this organization. We give glory to the Almighty God for having given us the late Archbishop Mpalani Nkoyoyo, Dr. Yona Rwanga, Archbishop Dr. Cyprian Kizito Rwanga. These were founders and strong pillars of our organization. May God rest their souls in eternal peace. As you may be aware, the last 2 years have been difficult in our lives, and that of the whole world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Ideally, we will have all the delegates here, but today we have 200 only, as required by the law, and the rest 100 plus have joined us online. They are following us online. At this point, let me thank the delegates, friends and partners for turning up in such big numbers to celebrate and support our work, which we do as one under the umbrella of the Interreligious Council of Uganda. You, the delegates here and online, I know your schedules are busier than normal as we come towards the end of the year. I commend you for your patience and the participation in the various discussions that we have had. Our guest of honor, this year the Interreligious Council of Uganda is celebrating 20 years of existence. It was founded on the basis of addressing issues that affect all of us as one humanity, but also an important platform to promote interreligious dialogue bearing our history in mind. The Consultative Assembly, therefore, an avenue to make such come closer together, forge friendship, but most importantly discuss salient issues that are affecting our people and suggest how we can make contributions to the development process of our country. The resolutions of the Assembly go to different stakeholders, including those that are our organization can address. We acknowledge that for us to be able to make meaningful contribution to the socio-economic transformation of our country, we must be equipped with knowledge and the skill to stick to that. We thank the government for sending our resource persons, development partners, for coming to share and deepen our understanding on various aspects of government work. May the Almighty God reward you richly. As we come to the end of this assembly, we know we now have more information on the National Development Agenda under the National Development Plan 3 and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the programs that we should contribute to, especially mass mobilization and the mindset change. We are glad for having been taken through the parish development model, where government seeks to take planning and service Our guest of honor, permit me to talk about the COVID-19 pandemic and its effects on our young generation. We risk losing a generation of young people that have been affected by the measures that we have put in place. Those that have dropped out of school due to early pregnancy, and the boys who will not be able to make good fathers because of falling out of the education system. If nothing is done, we will have a generation of young people with no clear direction. Madam Prime Minister, this is an area that the Intelligence Council of Uganda would like to partner with the government to put in place bridge programs for this category of young people. We have acquired 144 acres of land in Kawomia, C, sub-county and Mule district, as the Intelligence Council of Uganda, where we have put a youth training center for girls and that have been pregnant and dropped out of school, and for boys that find themselves as young fathers. The Council President has agreed to focus on developing programs, activities that will address the challenges of pregnant girls and boys who are now young fathers as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This center is being supported partly. The center is being supported partly by the government of Uganda through the National Agricultural Development Services, NAS, and the UNDP. We thank you, we thank those partners. We have organized it in such that it has training facilities in bricklaying, animal and crop husbandry, soap making, tailoring, catering, hairdressing, poultry, piggery. This one I'm talking to you because I'm not the author of the document. And the mindset change. Our vision is a formal education section from upper primary, from P5 to P7. Register it as UNEP, as a UNEP center, so that we give chance to these affected young people to gain skills, and those that are able to rejoin the formal education system and continue to high level of education. As of today, 120 younger people have gone through the center. Our guest of honor, this is our request. Government supports this program as a special program. By providing budget support with the vocational education initiative under the Ministry of Education and Sports, so that we get government trained instructors and teachers to make it more professional and impactful. Apart from this initiative, the Intelligence Council of Uganda is involved in many activities in peace and reconciliation, HIV, AIDS, governance, prevention of gender-based violence, improving the civic competence of the citizenry, and the promotion of social So we thank the efforts of our Secretary General who has been trying to save the little we have so that we acquire that instrument. Thank you. Give the chance. And our Secretary General, Joshua Chitakure. The Council of Presidents would also like to recognize His Excellency the President for the contribution in providing an enabling environment for worship and prayer, and for being part and parcel of the work undertaken by the religious organization in this country. We have been saying, and I told His Excellency the President, that in Uganda the impact of COVID-19 was not so severe, not because we were clever than the West, but because of prayer, and because of the nation whose motto is for God first and my country. Madam Prime Minister, we thank you for stewarding the country, particularly your passion to fight corruption, which is one of the biggest challenges in the country. We told you it's not easy, but thank you. We see the cross fire, but we are praying for you. Remain firm. God is with you. On our part, we are working closely with the Inspector General of Government, the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, and other stakeholders in promoting social accountability. We pledge our support in addressing the evil corruption in our country. To the delegates, as we go home, let us take the resolutions of the Kampala Consultative Assembly down to our congregations, cascade the information on the plight of our children, mobilize the masses for COVID-19 vaccination, address the negative mindsets of our people, and support government initiatives. Finally, I thank the delegates. I ask the delegates to join me in thanking the Minister of Health. Since Monday, when we reported for this assembly, they have availed free COVID-19 testing for all the delegates, provided quick feedback of the results, and most importantly, free vaccination services just outside this building. We saw them when we were entering. You are right honorable. I urge our Secretary to quickly translate these resolutions into actionable programs. We shall work with you on those that need our urgent attention and take on those that need our individual religious institutions. Those that require government and other actors, we are hopeful and shall keep reminding you to address them. Once again, I thank you for coming, and I wish you a good festive season ahead, and I wait to usher in, as we wait to usher in the new year 2022. Send the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Samuel Kazibamugaro, Archbishop Province of the Church of Uganda, Chairperson, Council of Presidents, Interreligious Council of Uganda. Thank you.
Another hand clap for President. Thank you so much, President, for the welcome remarks. Thank you so much. Let me recognize one more, Representative of Trocare. You're welcome. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we now want to go to second phase of launching our action plan. I would like now to invite and allow the masks this way. Very many meters away from all of you, that I can speak properly. Thank you very much. Let me invite the representative of the AIDS partners. I think the country representative of UNAIDS will be speaking on their behalf to come and make your remarks.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, the Right Honorable Prime Chair, Council Presidents, YRCU, and other members, Uganda Commission, and other partners present. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Joseph Mubangizi, the United Acting Country Director, and I'm here to say three things. One, thank you on behalf of the United Nations doing humanitarian aid, the IRCU for leading the way and breaking the barriers over the last 20 years. As we stand today and early morning with the head of state, celebrating the 40 years and commemorating the 40 years of the great progress around HIV globally and in the country. And we would not have done that without the voice and your untiring support from the religious fraternity. Thank you. The second aspect that I wanted to say is that yesterday, ahead of the global World AIDS Day, which is today, globally we launched the Global AIDS Report. And the Global AIDS Report says two things. One, that we've done well, that there is hope, but there are still issues of inequalities. And I come here to raise the issues of inequalities, then I take my seat. Right Honorable Prime Minister and the President of the IRCU and the members, we will not be able to end HIV and AIDS as the public says by 2030 if we do not address the issues of inequalities. The issues of inequalities center around stigma, they center around discrimination, they center around the gender-based violence, they center around the negative social cultural issues. And as a country, we can be able to reduce the HIV infection. We can be able to do this if we address the issues of gender-based violence, if we address the issues of teenage pregnancy, if we also can advocate through your voices that the young, innocent, pregnant girls and teenage girls that have been conceived during this period are able to go back to the school as we open next year. So we are here to call upon you to use your voices, such as these, our daughters, our sisters, can go back and get the potential. And we believe that you will be able to do that. You've seen you've done great work through the pastorators, which have done great milestones in this country. And we count on you and on behalf of the United Nations system, especially Joint Team on HIV and AIDS, we commit, there is the country representative for UNFP and others, we commit that we will work hand in hand with you so that we can be able to put what we have and walk the journey of the end of HIV and AIDS by 2030, especially our this. And I congratulate you on making the 20 years of serving humanity. I congratulate you on the 20 years of fighting the HIV thing. I congratulate you on the 20 years of using your free platform and your infrastructure. Offer the services, but above all, break the human. Thank you very much.
Thank you, representative of the AIDS partners in Uganda. It's now my pleasure to invite the Director General of the Ugandan Commission, Dr. Nelson Soba, to come and make a few remarks. After that, I'll invite the Chair to invite our guest of honor to do the official launching of the action plan. The Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, who is also the chief guest for this event, the heads of missions and the AIDS development partners present here, the chairperson of the Interreligious Council of Uganda and members of the Council of Presidents,
invited guests, the Chairperson of Uganda AIDS Commission, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Prime Minister, out of our work with the Interreligious Council of Uganda over the last so many years has been born the fruit of the development of the Faith-Based Action Plan 2021-22 to 2024-25, which I say is a timely intervention as we galvanize efforts towards ending AIDS as a public health threat in Uganda by 2030. Today gives us yet another opportunity to the faith leaders and to us as members of the faith community to harmonize all our efforts as we run the last mile and respond to some of the bottlenecks that hindered our progress in the previous period. Our chief guest, by the launch of the first National Faith-Based HIV Action Plan, we are raising a banner for the nation as we know that 99% of Uganda's population are people of faith. Right Honorable Prime Minister and members, I would like to recognize the contribution of the faith leaders and the faith communities for more than 30 years in the fight against HIV through our initial popular and successful drive of abstinence, being faithful campaign, which safeguarded many Ugandans as a means of prevention of the spread of the virus, where even before we could benefit from the tools of science when the ARVs became available. Thank you, the Interreligious Council of Uganda, for the pastoral letters that send out a loud voice to the communities and contributed to the behavior change, and several people committed to living healthy, productive lives. We recognize, Right Honorable Prime Minister, the efforts of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, who, through his visionary leadership, rallied scientists, opened opportunities of partnerships and collaboration with the development partners, including the U.S. government, all of whom have contributed so much in the fight against HIV in Uganda. Right Honorable Prime Minister would like to recognize the contribution of the U.S. government and the American people and the UNAIDS, who through a collaborative partnership were able to support the development of the Faith-Based Action Plan. I would like also to recognize a technical working group that Uganda AIDS Commission put in place to coordinate this development that was chaired by the Reverend Canon, Professor Gideon Baguma Yangisha. He chaired and led a team that worked with consultants, Dr. Stephen Watiti and Dr. David Itira, who developed the action plan on our behalf. To our religious leaders, we appreciate the existing strong organizational interreligious networks and structures at national and subnational levels that promote positive value systems, good morals, integrity, and trust for the institutions like schools, health centers, hospitals, technical and theological colleges, and community mobilization efforts, all of which contribute to community development and a better society. This plan will provide a framework within which to do better with regard to responding to HIV/AIDS in these communities. We recognize and appreciate the AIDS development partners for the support and the collaboration in the fight against HIV for the last 3 decades. For your support to Uganda, like the acting country director for UNAIDS said, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, we've just been celebrating success in the presence of His Excellency the President. Uganda was among the 8 countries globally that we were able to achieve the UNAIDS 90 targets by 2020. As I come to the conclusion, let me speak about the faith-based plan again. As we continue to harmonize and put all possible efforts to end AIDS as a public health threat by 2030, the development of the faith-based plan is indeed a great stride in that direction. I call upon all of you to combine efforts to implement the minimum package that has been suggested in this plan under the four thematic areas of HIV prevention, care and treatment, support and protection, and other enabling environment and system strengthening. B, in all your efforts, I call upon the faith leaders to ensure the rebuilding of family structures, promoting community values that have held the generations together. These efforts, combined with the provisions in this plan, will enable Uganda to achieve the goal of ending AIDS and attain epidemic control by the year 2030. C, the faith leaders are called upon to ensure that faith communities mainstream HIV in their mandates, where the well-being of people is part of the core business and the day-to-day ministry. It should be part of the liturgy in all gatherings, occasions, and including all the faiths. D, to the AIDS development partners, as we run the last mile, let's put all our efforts together to further partnership as we focus on the new targets of 95, 95, 95, for greater synergy to achieve our set targets. I would like, as I end, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Interreligious Council of Uganda for this National Consultative Assembly and for the opportunity to spend time to deliberate and build a better future for our people and a better nation. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Director General, and I would like to ask you to come over here to guide the Prime Minister and the Council Presidents on how this is going to be done. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I now want to invite the Chair of the Council to invite you to come and launch the action plan on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. We're going to do it here, and I request the Council Presidents to come over, a few representatives of our partners, and Director General, please come and help me to guide how this is going to happen.
Like you indicated, as the chief guest comes, we shall have the representatives. Let's have the UNAIDS Country Director. Do we have a representative from the U.S. government? The country rep from UNFPA? And if Professor Gideon Yamcha is still here, the chair of the Deputy Office.
On behalf of His Excellency the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, allow me to launch the National HIV and AIDS Action Plan for the faith sector in Uganda. And therefore, sign on behalf of the President,
Let me read. Let's go that.
after the Prime Minister has signed, His Eminence Mobatie will sign on behalf of the Religious Council of Uganda. After His Eminence, the UNFPA will also sign. The chair of the Uganda's Commission will sign next. Thank you very much. Chair. And we will have the Director General signing last. And then I request that we have a group photograph. I don't know how we are going to do it, but let us try. Let's put our hands together for the guest of honor. Thank you so very much, guest of honor, for launching the FDO action plan, HIHC action plan. I request the chairman of the council to take back the guest of honor and have a short interlude before we go to the next phase of our closing ceremony. May I invite our cultural group to come over quickly. second category are those that have been working and supporting the way we work. And the last category is the category that we are going to give to just one person in this country. I'll mention it when you come down. May I ask His Eminence, accompanied by the Council Presidents, to come over here. Madam Prime Minister and guest of honor, our first category is a category that we have named Celebrating the Common Good Award. This award goes to the founding members, the founders of the Religious Council of Uganda, and they were four. And in the interest of time, I would request that I don't read the details. I only read out the names. And I'll ask the people whose names I'll read out to move forward so that our guest of honor presents that award assisted by the council presidents. And I request that our team of the Secretariat moves faster to bring these awards forward. The first personality, one of the founding members to be awarded is His Eminence Emmanuel Cardinal Romara. I know that he is not here, but I will representative to pick the award on his behalf. Where is I know that Monsignor Charles Kaswante is here. Yeah.
On behalf of the President, allow me to present to you this prestigious gift to His Eminence Emmanuel Cardinal Romara.
The second personality to receive the award is His Eminence Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Muwaji.
On behalf of the President, allow me to hand over this good award to you. This is your President. Thank you so much.
The third personality, thank you so much, Guest of Honor, Right Honorable Prime Minister. The third person is the representative of the late Archbishop Livingstone Mpalanyi Oyo. I saw Mama Ruth here.
On behalf of the President, allow me to hand over this award Food worker pays.
Serving system.
Food worker pays, you are recognized.
And the last category is the category of celebrating the meritorious award, even because of the exceptional support to the IRC work, and this will go to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. And I'll ask His Eminence, the Chair, to hand it over to our guest of honor, and we shall request the guest of honor to deliver the award to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda.
On behalf of the Religious Council of Uganda, Madam Great Honorable Prime Minister, receive on behalf of His Excellency the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, this meritorious award for his deserving service and endless service to the love for the religious leaders and the people of Uganda, and for the good work done on behalf of the community.
The second organization that will get this award is the USID, the United States AIDS. USID, any representative from USID? I'm sorry that they thought that the award ceremony was going to take place at our offices, so they went to the offices, but they are now coming here. The United States Agency for International Development was one of the first partners that supported the Religious Council of Uganda. The second partner, guest of honor, is the United Nations Fund for Population. I request the representative to come forward and receive the award on behalf of UNFPA.
On behalf of the President, we recognize your contribution to the country. Thank you so much.
The next organization is the Dan Church Aid, and I saw the representative here.
Government recognizes the contribution our development partners play to the development of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Embassy of Ireland. The Embassy of Ireland. Do they have a representative here? If they don't have, then we shall go to the representative of Trocaire. Trocaire.
On behalf of the President, I recognize your contribution. Thank you so much.
Let's put our hands to thank the guest of honor. Thank you so much, guest of honor. Thank you very much. I'll now invite the chair of the council to invite our guest of honor to make her remarks.
Right Honorable Prime Minister nga sinaba kuyita kwanjulire omu ku bagenyi abamu avudde mu America, one of our facilitators from the United States of America, that is Muhammad tulowooza nti tuyinza okubeera n'emyoyo nga birungi byoyemweyo ng'ate bibirituwadde twetaaga emibiri emiramu gisobola okuwulira ekigambo kya Katonda n'olwekyo tutambulire wamu nga bwe twalwanira wamu COVID-19 HIV AIDS nebeera success story COVID-19 tutambulire wamu success story weri okulwanyisa obwavu okutambulire wamu ojja kuba success story obulungi bwaffe fenna Katonda omukisa guno uyite okyogereko eri bananyini bano
Thank you so much, the Chairperson of the Interreligious Council, distinguished religious leaders, other distinguished persons, ladies and gentlemen. Before I read the presidential speech and statement, there are a number of comments and issues that came up. So on behalf of government, allow me to go through them quickly and then I read the President's message. So I want to welcome on behalf of government the resolutions that I saw being read out here. These resolutions are relevant and timely. Of course, they complement the efforts of government in a number of ways. And of course, government will support your resolutions. More especially, I want to take note of the commitment you have made to jointly fight corruption with government. And I pledge on behalf of government that we shall use you and all your structures to make sure, one, we fight corruption, two, we fight COVID, three, we fight terrorism and many others, because we know you can ably help and guide the public towards that direction. So therefore, allow me to read the President's speech. The President of the Republic of Uganda says that he congratulates you upon the celebration of the existence of the Interreligious Assembly of Uganda for now 20 years. This is a gesture of unity that the Holy Books encourage us to have, and a portrayal of true virtue of spirituality. I thank you for your interventions. I thank you for your invitation to me, and I acknowledge the good work you have done for the country, and of course, because of your calling. Your partnership with government has seen the nation surmount many challenges, spiritual, physical, as you have performed very well in teaching the masses beyond the pulpit and proclaiming the vision of the NRM. When the church partners with government, nations are endeavors towards the cause of development of our country. I implore you to continue in the same spirit of working together in unity, and I wish to thank you for involving communities in all your dialogues towards building of not only their spiritual lives, but also their ability to endure changes that have especially been engineered by the COVID-19 pandemic. Ugandans have been resilient, and many of them have endured pain in terms of economic losses, loss of their loved ones, including priests, saints, and pastors. But we are still moving on with such steadfast commitment towards prosperity of our nation. The theme of this consultative dialogue, building the Uganda we want in the COVID-19 era, is very deserving at such a time when we are getting back to our feet from the several pandemic phases of lockdowns, most especially that we have hope to fully open our economy in January 2022. All leaders must focus on the Pan-Africanism, patriotism, and patriotism core that binds us all. The NRM has been a good steward in political leadership since its inception, and there are many testimonies to this. Indeed, it has lived true and beyond the expectations of Ugandans. The huge gains that Uganda has made under the NRM government cannot be ignored and denied. The achievements made provide a sound foundation for the future of Uganda. I wish to point out one of the biblical principles about the kingdom of God. Corinthians 4:20 reads, "For the kingdom of God is not a matter of talk, but of power." The Uganda we want in the COVID pandemic will not be in word, but in the manifestation of our ability to work and surmount our challenges. This will especially be realized by fully subscribing to the patriotic mindset. Distancing ourselves from the pandemic, stories of doom, and here says from within and beyond bounds, resulting to hard work and economic transformation of our households, prosperity for all, will open our nation to endless opportunities. The NRM government is working hard to ensure that we secure the future of all Ugandans by ensuring self-sustainability in all our sectors. We are advocating for building our own capacity to produce goods and services for our nation, our neighbors in the region, and for the globe. I also wish to once again extend my condolences and heartfelt sympathies to all the people that lost their lives and loved ones. All were injured by suicide bombers last month. Let us be vigilant and observe perpetrators, and government will not tolerate or compromise with any of the elements of the security. Therefore, as we dialogue on the Uganda we want, I call upon all participants to fix your eyes upon how best Uganda can make giant strides towards economic recovery. Continue encouraging all the faithful to observe standard operating procedures, and above all, encourage people to go for COVID vaccination. Finally, I am optimistic that you will yield fruitful deliberations and consultations from one another in this assembly. I thank you for God and my country.
So much, Guest of Honor, for those remarks. And before I invite Bishop Joshua to give us the vote of thanks and closing prayer, may we stand up for the anthems in the reverse order.
As Lady religious leaders, we want to register to you personally, first of all, Right Honorable Prime Minister, allow me on behalf of this August Assembly of the Interreligious Council to heartily appreciate you so very much. Please join me as we approach the Right Honorable Prime Minister. I was with her around lunchtime at the President's office. She's been busy the whole day because I was there in an event where I had to go in my capacity as the chairperson of the steering committee of the implementation of the zero tolerance to corruption. And all government agencies fighting corruption were there. And the Prime Minister was there addressing that team. And then she was coming from several other events this morning, and I had her speaking to the rest of the team and the people who were there with the Chief Justice. And as soon as she finished, she's now here, and then she's continuing to another event. So you need to agree with me that we really need to give her another round of applause, that she can come here and have time with us. And on behalf of you, His Excellency, we thank you that you've been able to come and be with us, and could you kindly deliver the same appreciation to His Excellency for being always part of us, for being part of whatever we are doing. Thank you very much. And while we were still singing the anthem, one of the people who was ready to receive the award arrived. The representative of the USA, and allow me, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we are sorry, they went to our office instead of coming here, the USA. Now the representative is here to receive the award. I want to request you that you would again in the same vein accept to personally come with the Chairman, Council of Presidents, acting, His Eminence moved to again come and this is a representative of the USA. They were the first to partner with us.
On behalf of government, we recognize the contribution our development partners have made to our country, including USA. Thank you so much, and God bless you all. Colleagues, now that I have a microphone,
Yes.
I saw two choirs here. I wanted to say thank you to those choirs. I have two small envelopes here. On your behalf, tomorrow back for our choirs, I don't know where they are, and each Matariku and the character one, each envelope has 4 million. Thank you so much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, before you walk back, Reverend Oyet wanted to hand over something that he said to you, and he wanted also to hand it over to you right there. Could you do it, because the Right Honorable Prime Minister has to leave, and
we have a few gifts to the President. This is Kingdom City on 10,000 acres being built in northern Uganda, Vego District. Youth employment solutions could skill and employ over 2 million youth every year. We want to build this in Nakasongola area, which is the center of Uganda. STEM University will be the first STEM University Science, Technology, Engineering, Mathematics in Uganda that can help Uganda reach Vision 2040 very fast. Plus, Science Technology Industrial Park, which would give us vehicles, computers, telephones, and many other things that we import from outside. We have 10,000 acres for all this that can be built, and want to do this, part of it in Hoima, part of it in Western Uganda, part of it in Eastern. The last book that I wrote on eradicating poverty, ending extreme poverty in Uganda, and goes into the president, plus a big book with the president's portrait on it, dedicated to him, and his Kingdom City Group, 314 companies, 45 billion capital investment, 16 sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I'm requesting that you don't go back to your seat. We stand up together and we pray so that we save the time for the Prime Minister, because after this we'll be going to the dinner. So shall we stand now and pray? Can we all stand up, please? Father God in heaven, we cannot thank you enough for such a successful engagement in the last 3 days since we arrived here on Monday. I want to appreciate you so very much. First of all, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Museveni, and his dear wife. Thank you so much for the Right Honorable Prime Minister who has been here with us. She has come and spoken to us, her heart. We thank you for the many other people, Lord, that have spoken into our lives. Thank you for the engagement and the discussions. Thank you for the resolutions that we have made. Thank you, Lord, our God, for the peace, the joy, the collaboration